The chairperson of AU spoke to me and said he had this idea. What do I think about it? And I said to him that, Chairman, don't make a mistake. I am not as young as I look. And that time, I was officially 84 years old, officially. And he said, from the way I've seen you, you look stronger than myself, so you have no excuse to try and reject this job. We joke about it, and he made the announcement on the 26th of August last year. Within 2 weeks, I went to him and I said, please let me know exactly what this job entails. And he said, it entails the whole of the Horn of Africa, 8 countries, and you have to promote peace, promote security, promote stability in the Horn of Africa. And of course, you know the 8 countries. There's none of them that doesn't have its own problem. And it was the first time that the AU, as AU, will appoint somebody to take care of problem within a region. Normally, it's a state or between 2 states. Then, again, I said to the chairperson, I said, I thought we were friends. He said, what do you mean, sir? I said, you had a complicated and a complex task like this, and you decided to give it to me. Well, if we are friends, what will you give to your enemy? And again, he said to me, we are friends, but don't forget we are Africans. In Africa, when a younger brother has a problem, he takes it to his senior brother and say, look, this is beyond me. Help me handle it. I say, well, on that note, I have no excuse but to accept the responsibility. And the first thing I did was to go inside Ethiopia. I took the decision that yes, the Horn of Africa is the responsibility, but the core is Ethiopia. And if we were able to achieve success in Ethiopia, it will ramify around the entire region of IGAD, or the Horn. So I went around Ethiopia itself, the regions, and what I first found is that it depends who you are talking to. Some believe that the problem of Ethiopia started from the day of Solomon in the Bible. Some believe that it's only as recent as 2018 when Abe became Prime Minister. Some will say it went to 1990 91. Some said it was in 1960 when the first protest against the emperor by the university took place. But it gives me an idea of what and how people felt and their grievances. Then the next thing was I went round the neighbors, all of them, except Eritrea, where the president said he will call me when he's ready. And up till now, he's not ready to call me. Again, to find out. Then I visited a few countries in Africa, including this country, and met President Ramaphosa. And then I went, because what will surprise you or may not surprise you is that the number of countries outside Africa who are interested in African issues for different reasons are unbelievable. In the case of Ethiopia, from the US up to UAE and Qatar, and their interest is deep and strong. Deep and strong. And how do you carry them along without allowing them to put their dirty fingers? Some people said, keep them away. If you keep them away, they will be outside and throwing dirt into what you are trying to do. So how do you manage that? Again, I visited Paris, visited Brussels, visited Moscow, visited New York, visited Washington, visited UAE, again to identify, assess, and find out. And at that point, I came up with, okay, what should be the way? How should we approach? How should we have all the cooks? And everybody wants to be a cook. How do we have all the cooks cooking this soup and be able to control it? And I said to them, look, I want as many cooks as possible, but there must be a chief cook. And that chief cook must be me, because that is what AU wants. AU-led cooking, AU-led solution. And that was not easily, it didn't sink down easily. But it started going down. Internally, it wasn't easy either. Because, you see, peacemaking, everybody wants to be on his side. And if you are not seen to be on his side, they see you as not friendly. And if they see you, then if you talk to the other side, say, oh, he's talking to the other side, he's friendly to the other side and not friendly to me. And yet, you have to be friendly to all sides without being familiar. You have to be friendly to all sides and at the same time be impartial and neutral. You have to be friendly to all sides and whatever, and also be patient. because you will be accused of all sorts of things. Initially, on one side, I was accused of being friend of Meles Zenawi. Of course, he was head of government. When I was head of government, we were friends. I could not deny that. Then another time I was accused of being friendly with Abe because I was appointed by AU to supervise or to observe his election. Of course, I accepted AU responsibility to observe the election in Ethiopia just as I observe the election anywhere else. But then the point is that with patience, with tenacity, with understanding, and with impartiality, people start to understand, and progress seems to be on the way. I visited Tigray 8 times. Each time, one thing that we have discussed, then they come back on it. And there are also other fingers, at times seen, at times unseen, that are putting their fingers in. Then, eventually, I think the meeting that we had here about 2 weeks ago, which lasted about 10 days before we get agreement, that meeting was broached more than 8 months ago. When I first said, look, when I visited Tigray, I will get message from the central government side that I will take to Tigray. When I'm coming from Tigray, I will get message from Tigray side. I said, look, let us have. And the idea was first accepted by both sides. One said, look, let the commanders meet. Another one said, no, let the commanders and political leaders meet. Then we agreed on that. It took some time. Then where will be the venue? We thought of one place. Another one said, no, not that place. So I think we thought of about 5 places before we eventually got to here. Then composition of people who we meet. We got one side, another side will not give its own. It went on like that until we were able to get here. And when we got here, we did not see ourselves as mediators, or negotiators, We see ourselves as facilitator, and to encourage them to talk among themselves and fashion out solutions for themselves. Of course, we were handy, available to push on and push on and push on. Initially, they were standing aloof. Different areas to live, different places to eat. Then we got to them eating together. We got them to the point of meeting in the morning and slapping each other's back. And we got to arriving at some principles to guide our conclusion. And then, of course, towards the end, we got a motion coming up where it really became very sticky. Somebody saying, look, since this thing is started, I don't know where my mother is. I don't know where my brother is. What are you now asking me to do? And what do you say to that? They got to control, and we achieved the agreement. I must say at this juncture, for the agreement that we were able to have, the leaders, the delegates on both sides were wonderful in taking it as it is. And the leaders that they had to report to at home were equally wonderful. Then we had those we call observers. We asked them, just observe. When we call you to talk, you talk. When we ask you not to talk, please don't talk. Not all of them observe that. And then at the end, the agreement itself was very detailed on principles, but left a little bit of flexibility on the content. For instance, we talk of disarmament of heavy weapons, artillery, tanks, and all that. And we know that, of course, small arms have to be disarmed too. Rifles, AK-47. We talk about it, but we were more specific about heavy weapons, which can easily be seen and be. Then we talk about the senior commanders meeting within 5 days. And that meeting took place only yesterday in Nairobi. And one of the things that I found very interesting, similar to what happened in Nigeria where we had our civil war, the two senior commanders on both sides were friends before, serving in the same army, family friends. It was that I hope will make it easy, and at the same time make it a little bit not so easy to get to the process of disarmament. And we will be looking at this. We started that yesterday, today, and maybe tomorrow, to see how we move forward in that. And if we are able to move forward significantly, we hope matter of weeks, probably not many months, weeks, we should be able to shout Uhuru. Incidentally, President Uhuru is one of my members of my panel. So what lessons have we learned from this? We believe that, and we was very mindful of this, that look, we cannot be finding solution that will be outside assurance of security for all concerned. Assurance of security for all concerned. even though Eritrea is not taking part in all this, but if we are really looking for solutions that will endure, we must also be thinking of what assurance for Eritrea's security, what assurance for Sudan's security in this. And that is very, very important. And even at home, if we are talking of disarmament, who are we disarming? And to what extent? And how do we do this so that there will not be loss of confidence, loss of assurance of security? And if we are talking of assurance of security, how do we bring it about? How do we ensure that the people who will be disarmed, what do we do with them? How do they have confidence to say, okay, this is the weapon, I'll leave it? Those who will be demobilized, what do we do with them? Do we give them another trade? How do we get them another trade? How do we reintegrate them into this civil society? All these are issues that we have to take care of. And so where do we go from here? I believe that if we can succeed in Ethiopia the way we seem to be succeeding now, I say seem to be succeeding now, then we have something that we can say to ourselves, look, truly we can have African solution to African problems. And if we are able to do that and say that and do it, and if we do it successfully in Ethiopia, we can do it anywhere in Africa. Thank you very much.
Can we all rise? Thank you. Thank you. We can take our seats. I think it's proper and befitting that before we do the closing, I call upon our Vice President, who hails from Ethiopia, to speak from his heart. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Right Honorable Obasanjo, the former President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, Right Honorable Chief Cherimbura, President of Pan-African Parliament, it's really a great pleasure and honor for me to have you, Your Excellency, here. I didn't expect that you will come here. Thank you for coming, Your Excellency. Being an Ethiopian who suffered from that war, being an Ethiopian whose image was damaged across the globe, across the continent, I have a special feeling, I have special respect for you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for what you have done for Ethiopia. Your Excellency, my Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, was asked by so many actors to mediate Ethiopian conflict. He said no, no. we have senior citizens in Africa. We have elders in Africa. We have very intelligent Africans in African soil. And he said, I can only accept and entertain the offer from African Union as we believe and we stick on the principles of African solution for African problem. And Your Excellency, you met the expectation of Ethiopia and the expectation of people of Ethiopia. Thank you, for Excellency, for that. Your Excellency, Ethiopia is your country. It's your home. Ethiopia is political capital of Africa. I know. Ethiopian pain is your pain. Ethiopian problem is your problem. That's why, Your Excellency, you traveled 24/7 across my country, across neighboring countries, across the globe to make this thing happen. You did a great job, Your Excellency. Ethiopia was actor as a peacekeeper in Africa. We were not in problem. We stood by the Africans. We were in peacekeeping missions in Uganda, in Sudan, South Sudan, Rwanda, in many countries, Your Excellency. And you witnessed, you were in office at that moment. When Ethiopia is in such serious crisis, it is you who did great job, who made Ethiopia proud, who did Africa proud. Honorable members, today it will be very appropriate if you say, instead of African solution for Africa, we can say just Obasanjo solution for Africa. Is that okay, Your Excellencies? Excellency, I was in Nigeria in 2024. You left already office. 2014, sorry. 2014, I was in Nigeria. 2014, yeah. 2014, I was in Nigeria, Your Excellency. We had an opportunity to meet with His Excellency candidate, that time, he was candidate, today's current president, Buhari. We met with him. He said, he advised us one thing. Excellencies, I was vice president. The president was from Amadi, late Amadi, Pan-African Parliament president. We were in his office. He said, any person, any serious person who wants to lead Nigeria, if he's not mad, he can only consult Obasanjo. He said, His Excellency Buhari said, he was candidate and he said, any serious person, if he wants to lead properly Nigeria, he should only consult Obasanjo and should get advised by Obasanjo. So beginning from that time, I was just following the reaction of His Excellency Obasanjo. I found him everywhere correct, everywhere right. What he's doing is very passionating all the people who are around him. Excellencies, this time, you might not know, there is forum for former head of states and government. Can you imagine? They have chosen for their headquarters Pan-African Parliament. They will be with us. Are you happy with that or not? I hope you should be happy. The Bureau of former head of states, which will be led by His Excellency Obasanjo, will be in Pan-African Parliament. We will be together. We will work together. He will advocate for a Pan-African Parliament. We will share ideas. We will be advised by him, by His Excellency. Your Excellency, Ethiopia is committed to listen to you. As a parliamentarian, Her Excellency, our Deputy Speaker, Lomi is here, our Chief Whip, Masarati is here, other members are here. We will also promote your idea, your value at the National Parliament of Ethiopia. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellency. Really, it's very happy again to see you here. Your Excellency, will be advised by you, we'll listen to you, of course, in our best interest. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Dr. Gayo. I think this has been one of the most valuable days since we came in the last 3 weeks. And we can clap once more. Just to close off, Your Excellency, just to close off, you've advised us to shout loud and clear on our outputs. I think that is heard. And in fact, it is one of our resolutions from our strategic planning workshop that we need our outputs to be seen and known, which puts a lot of pressure on our media side of PAP. The issue of African Continental Free Trade Area, again, that is spot on if we are to be counted through our Committee on Trade and Immigration. Last week, we in fact had a session on the African Continental Free Trade Area in this chamber. We debated and we invited senior officers from Accra, from the headquarters, to make a contribution. So your advice is again spot on. The issue of claim your power, we've been advised by the most senior citizens, former president, that you should claim our power. Have you heard it? Yes. Saying if you want to be relevant, you have to make yourselves relevant. Don't blame on the other, or your own organ, you blame another organ for you not performing. We are equal. The AUC is an organ like PAP. We are the third organ. So don't blame the other organ, let's move. Thank you. We have, now there are 10 permanent committees, plus Women and Youth Caucus. Our Committee on Cooperation is not quite active. It used to be very, very active. But since our budget was cut from 20 to 11 million, they don't have even a cent to do anything. They cannot move to anything. We used to be everywhere. In Darfur peace, we sent our own missions, our teams of MPs to go on the ground, talk to those people who are in conflict, and come and report, and we resolve. Now it's zero. On our budget, mission budget is zero. All the committees can only come here, talk, and go back. We can't do our work. So, but we'll claim our power anyway, although they do those things. Now, we accept being guilty that 15 months in office, we are only, this is our 4th month in office. And you recall that I personally met you here in Senton. requesting you to come. But through those two people seated there, Ambassador Cow Masters, can you stand up? Ambassador Cow Masters lives in Miami, and he is the one who runs the office of His Excellency. Stand up, we are still up, not yet down. Yes, stand up. That's, I can assure you there have been a lot of communication trying to get His Excellency come to PAP. But our champion, who is also an ambassador for PAP, Bridget, surely we need to thank. She's the hero of the moment on this one. She's the hero of the moment. In fact, where there were no flights, this was difficult for him to use the usual flights. She even paid the ticket for His Excellency to be able to get here, flight tickets. So thank you very much. We are really bonded to you, and the PAP will always call upon you and support you. Again, this is one organ, one institution on the continent that you can count on. We debated this morning and now confirmed by yourself that all these conflicts we are seeing on the continent is all outsiders from the continent that are cooking and supporting these things. And you have just confirmed that even when we were doing Ethiopia negotiations, the whole world was calling you, interfering and all these things. What is their interest? Thank you. You have confirmed to the members of parliament. They will now debate with a lot of energy on this issue. You have disclosed the truth. I think we are virtually done. And the only question, big issue is that when you leave, just know that we are full of joy at PAP. Your MPs are full of joy. We are full of joy. For respecting this parliament coming. In fact, he arrived this morning at 4 a.m. He arrived this morning. Yeah, that shows the commitment. He hasn't slept, actually. So, how can we thank you? How can you thank a former president? Yes. Thank you, sis. Thank you very much. Someone was shouting, I think I heard correctly, Igwe, Igwe. Yes, but you have done us proud. Now we are told by Honorable Gayo that Obasanjo, the solution for Africa. Yeah. I earlier on said you have given us this homework. How can we really show? I think we don't have much. We're a poor parliament. But I think I will not declare it right away because I'm very democratic. We will debate even further in response to your commitment to peacemaking on the continent and commitment to PAP. Some have sent me messages already. Why don't we declare champion, PAP champion? Why don't we claim peace champion on the continent? And I said there are some proposals. Allow us to make sure that we consult among ourselves. But I can assure you, we'll ask you at some session next year to come when we've properly organized ourselves, to announce to this continent that you are a true citizen of this continent, and that Pan-African Parliament loves you, and because we are the voice of the people on this continent, we are going to represent them by also recognizing you in a very special way for this continent. And we are doing that for the people of Africa. And we are encouraging even other former heads of state to stand with you. It is true that there is a forum for former heads of state that are in talks with PAP. They want an office or some offices here, and I know we have a lot of extra space. Imagine if the former heads of states were from time to time coming through at PAP, spending time in our offices, we interact with them, and including your special office, the Obasanjo office at PAP. I think that is affordable. We can manage to do that. Thank you very much. It's not too much since now it's a final closure that again we stand up, we clap. After that, we'll go for the photo session outside, all of us, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back at 2 p.m. for further business. Can we now stand up, clap, and as we walk out, thank you very much. But as usual, you go out first. Yes. What's the first session? They'll come, they'll follow us. Okay. I'm sorry. I need a mic. I'm sorry, I need a mic. These people, the staff, have just delivered something to me, which they had not delivered. We asked for it, it was not yet ready. In his honor and the support, we are giving you, the very motion on congratulating the Federal Republic of Ethiopia and its People's Liberation Front on the signing of the peace agreement. This is the motion we debated and signed. Sorry for that. We are handing over our motion on the issue of Ethiopia and Tigris to the chief negotiator. The motion to congratulating the Federal Republic of Ethiopia and the Tigray People's Liberation Front on the signing of the peace agreement. And here it is signed, and then we have an attachment also motivating the motion. So we give you this, the motion which you keep in your file, that the Pan-African Parliament have shown a gratitude to your effort. Thank you very much. Sorry for that, thank you. But you have to come here. That is too steep.
the model laws proposed by the Parliament, the African Parliament, that were presented by the Gender, Family, Youth and Handicapped in order to present a model law to equality between the genders.
No translation?
Can you hear me? So sorry, sir, I was speaking. I don't know why they didn't hear. Sorry. Yes. Can you hear me, ladies and gentlemen?
I think Shaib is working.
Okay.
Translation.
Yes, Mr. President, you can proceed. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. President.
Mariam, Chairperson, Committee on Gender, Family, Youth and People with Disability, to present a report. You have the floor.
She's not here yet.
She's not here. Mr. Clerk. Where is she?
So we can go to justice. We can go to justice.
There's no checks if justice is here.
Yeah. Justice? Yeah. See.
Which one? Okay, we will go to next presenter.
Recording in progress.
Chairperson on Committee on Justice, please. Honorable, you have the floor.
Honorable President,
Honorable President of the presiding this session, First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable colleagues, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, present here in the chamber, all protocol observed, good afternoon. It is a great honor for me to be here standing before you in order to present to you briefly, to make this brief presentation, which will lead us to share together the resolution on the model law relative to policing in Africa. During a joint meeting of the 26th of August 2022, that is at 2:46 p.m., the session was open and the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights, together also with the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, listened attentively to the presentation presented by the Director of the African Forum on Civil Control and Police, which has made a very brilliant presentation, a comprehensive one, and this presentation was focused mainly on a webinar which took place which was not followed by any favorable responses because of time constraints. They did not have time to make this presentation during the previous sessions, plenary sessions, and he requested the participants to think of presenting during the next, make the presentation during the next session. That is the present session, as I was saying. And the resolution was not, neither the report nor the resolution were presented during the session of PAP 2021 because the session did not take place. He informed that members of the permanent committee should be encouraged in order to present this report in the plenary. And as you know, members who were in the committee in the previous years, the African Committee, ADCOF, organized this webinar on the theme Policing in Africa. What prospects does a model police law for Africa hold? That was on the 22nd of April 2021. This webinar brought together organs from the African Union and organizations of the civil society working on policing issues, peace, security, and human rights. The participants discussed the model law on policing in Africa, which was recently adopted by PAP, and ways and means to complement the efforts of the African Commission on Human Rights, the Human and People's Rights, and of the African Union in the search for peace, the promotion of the rule of law, and human rights. The webinar aimed to explore the prospects of the police model law for Africa. It assessed how it could be used to promote policing based on the notion that all people in Africa deserve policing services that respect, protect human rights, and ensure that all people are safe and secure. The introductory remarks of the webinar were delivered by Ms. Annelies van Wyk, who informed the participants that the model police law for Africa provides law and policymakers with a template that will guide the administration and structuring of policing in Africa. The model law has in it best practices that were borrowed from several international instruments and instruments from the African Union. She further noted that the model law also has a significant value as an advocacy tool to encourage the adoption of national legislation that will reform policing in Africa. The role of the African Parliament and the need for a model police law for Africa, based on the principle that all Africans should benefit from the police servicing, which would be based on respect and the commitment that they all feel in safety. The model law also has the potential to set a strong counterpoint to the challenges facing policing. These include political appetite for tough policing responses, weak systems of accountability, unequal and discriminatory application of policing, militarization of policing, and the shrinking reach of formal policing in some societies. Content of the model law. The content of a model law reflects these normative standards, which can be divided into three underlying principles. That is, democratic control and accountability, adherence to the rule of law, application of human rights standards. Significant efforts have been made at the regional and international level to articulate a normative framework for the democratic control of law enforcement agencies. Historically, policing in Africa has been associated with a regime style of policing, that is, law enforcement that gives operational priority to protecting the interests of the state rather than law enforcement agencies that are structurally responsive to the security and safety needs of diverse groups. The adherence to the rule of law. To promote the rule of law, law enforcement agencies must be subject to publicly promulgated, equally enforced, and independently adjudicated laws that are consistent with EU member states' regional and international human rights obligations. The African Commission for People's and Human Rights recognizes these rights, and this confirms the importance of a balance which should exist through the exercise of its functions and the respect of the various rights in the international and regional instruments in which the state parties are signatories. The African Commission for Human and People's Rights includes these rights under human rights. It should be respectful of the dignity of the person without any discrimination. This implies that it should be dissociated from Article 5 of the Commission on Human Rights and also the articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The model law on policing in Africa is designed to be part of the provisions of the African Union aimed at supporting the achievement of this vision. Its objective, as expressed by the President of PAP during its adoption, is aimed at inculcating the issues related to good governance, relating them to justice, human rights, and defines the role, the functions, and the power and the obligations of the police members on the continent. The model law on policing is aimed at building up stronger rights between stronger links between PAP and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and this is particularly important within this period of post-COVID-19, where the continent is trying to build up itself. And the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is faced to constant allegations on the violation of rights, and particularly the right for life and the right for not being subject to torture and inhuman treatment and degrading treatment, and the right for association and to freedom by agents of the police. These problems can be explained by the lack of adequate laws of protection. The model law of the Pan-African Parliament is considered as an African example in order to help identify a way to be identified, and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has expressed its availability to continue and work with partners such as PAP in order to achieve policing which would take at heart its concerns, that is, security and the protection of citizens within the respect of human rights. And very briefly, as you know, and as you have noted it, you have here this resolution. The Permanent Committee on Justice and Human Rights will present to you this resolution on model police law for Africa, in order to bring it to a new stage that is necessary within this Pan-African Parliament. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. May we give him the round of applause. I shall now allow the debate on the presentation. I have a list of speakers. First speaker, Honorable Tidjani from Malawi. You are recognized.
Thank you, First Deputy President. We appreciate the model law, and the article really themes up with the promotion and on policing with respect to human rights and constitutionalism. Speaker, I know that maybe I've been here maybe more than a little bit longer. This model law came into this PAP before, and we debated, and in fact most of the debate I think as anchored by Roger then, we tackled them. My question now is, when we're tackling these things, model law, for example, what are we expecting as the deliverables, and what are we going to deliver to our countries where we're coming from? Why am I saying so? Model laws, especially on policing, must go hand in hand with constitutionalism of each and every country or each and every institution. And model law must also follow the principles and the types of justice. For example, if you look at the types of justice, distributive, procedural, restoration, and redistributive, all these justices, types of justices, they follow a certain pattern of a country that has constitutionalism, even an institution that is based on constitutional principles. Going further, if you look at even the principles of justice, you look at access, equity, diversity, participation, and even the very element of human rights. If you go to participation, you find that institutions must be established on the principles and the tenets both of democracy and constitutionalism. Mr. Vice President, I'm standing here to reflect on both the African continent, where there have been quite a number of coups, quite a number of unprocedural takeover of governments. The whole essence of policing falls apart. If at all it will be sustained, it is sustained by those warlords who have resources to finance the police. It is indeed very, very important to guard against proper laws which should not be abused or even be used for extension of power by various institutions, be it government, be it organs of any institution. First Deputy Speaker, while we talk about unprocedural takeover of governments which need policing, coups can also happen in a democratic institutions. Even here, PAP deserve to have a proper policing. You come here and amend the rules, extend terms of office for people. It's irregular. Who is going to police us? We seem to have abandoned the policing models because we have abandoned the Malabo Protocol, we have abandoned the other treaties which were established the protocol of PAP by favoring just extensions of terms for people in office. That kind of PAP will also need policing. If we don't have a mechanism of policing PAP, this PAP will be relegated to nothing other than an institution without deliverables, without tangible developments, just hungry for power. We need to have policing mechanisms that are broad-based and can reflect on an institution. Mr. Vice President, I submit that the policing should be universal and must have diversity. Otherwise, the future of any institution without proper policing and human rights dignities will be irrelevant, and people look to us as people who are hungry for power, for resources, and just a mere crowd. I submit my first Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable.
S'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président, je vous...
Mr. Vice President, I wanted to ask you if it is still procedure to make a contribution and speak on the floor for 3 minutes only. Is that still valid, sir?
Yes, we don't have such many speakers in my list. The next speaker will be Honorable Patrice from Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to begin by thanking the Chair, Justice and Human Rights, for this effort. Honorable Chiana has just told us that this is work you found on the way, and it's good ways of ensuring that you complete what you found on your desk. Right Honorable Chair, I think it's proper way to think. In Africa, if we came up with the standards of policing, Mr. President, the police has been used often as a tool of oppression against the people of Africa. The advantages or the results or what was expected of freedoms of democracy, the tool that is being used by some leaders is the police. So when we come up with a model law where we say, I think we will have a standard of policing in the continent, I think, in my opinion, that's a good way to think, because currently every country does what it wants. In every country, policing is done their way. So if we have standards, we come up with a law that can be applied everywhere, then we will come here to say, I think we've made a contribution in terms of dealing with the institution that is used to abuse the human rights, which we always demand and we always think we need to work for. And this parliament, because we represent the people of Africa, the issue of human rights abuse, we must put it at the core of the business we do. So any law that comes to support our agenda as PAP in the lines of protection of human rights, I think every member here who is here for the people of Africa should be able to support it. So, Mr. Chair, I support, and I think you're moving in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity. I rise to support the development of a model law that will deal with proper policing. The actual word for policing is that they are an officer of the peace. However, in many African countries, police become political tools where debates, questions and queries cannot be answered by those that must account for the decisions and actions they take. In my country, Namibia, I have had personal experience with being chased out of Parliament for about 4 or 5 months simply because we expected an accountability from the relevant officials. And we've had to go to court, pay lots of money, and get back. Even on premises of parliaments in some African countries, those members who are not members of ruling parties are suffering the brunt of the oppressive nature of police and the instructions that they are forced to carry out. Part of the problem is that the African state has in many instances continued to be an oppressive state on the basis of its colonial character, and that police and institutions of state believe that they are protectors of a particular ruling party at a particular junction, and their loyalty is to a political party instead of being an institution of state, to be fair to all. And I think a model law is an important guide that we must as PAP ensure that can achieve deliverables for freedom, justice, and also to deal a decent blow to an unfair criminal justice system. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very important subject matter. We need to discuss, we need to deliberate. Hopefully the presenter give very good informative documents to all members. That's why your intervention is, I think, limited at that stage. So may I ask the chairperson to intervene?
Merci, Excellence le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. The first speaker, my brother from Malawi, says that the model law is representative of the fact that if the law is adhered to and there are no abuses, that we have always noted, as was mentioned. He asked, what do we expect as outcome? As an outcome, if all law enforcement agencies that are that are working and are well trained in the same way, and that they are instilled with discipline. But also, when the provisions of the model law are binding, we hope that the outcome will be positive, that there will be respect for human rights and law and order. I should like to invite all of you, members of Parliament, to make this model law ours in the near future and also contribute to its vulgarization. We have noted, but it is not everywhere in our countries. Sometimes you say people who have the means control the police. That can happen, but it can change. Even after leaving power, some of these people are sanctioned. It is a small world that we live in. What is not adhered to in some countries is adhered to by international justice organs. So we can't say that people who have the means are always going to control the police, because Africa today has bodies that follow behaviors. Or rather my brother Patrick from Uganda also expressed his appreciation for the model law and has also underlined what is going on today. I can't deny it. Police are often used to protect those in power. But as I have just said, I agree with him in terms of the fact that human rights have to be at the center of everything we are doing today, because without respecting human rights, the people we represent here today is not going to be able to enter into activities for development of our respective countries. The previous speaker supports the development of the model law. Yes, thank you. And mentioned the pressure that law enforcement agencies have. But we hope that this model law will contribute to an improvement in law and order with our law enforcement agencies when they are sent to help in areas where there is insecurity and lack of safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I shall now put the resolution on the promotion and the popularization of the model law on policing for adoption. Thank you. Adopted. Let's move to next. Yeah. Mr. Clerk, may.
Monsieur le Président, l'ordre du jour appelle.
Thank you very much. We now are going to have a presentation on the report on gender equality. That will be followed by a presentation and a debate on the report and resolution on promotion and ratification of protocols related to people with disabilities and elderly people. Thank you.
Clerk, I shall now invite Honorable Jan Marie, Chairperson of the Committee on Justice. You have the floor. You can come to the podium, Your Excellency. Gender. Sorry. I shall now invite Honorable Dao Gabala Mariam, Chairperson Committee on Gender, Family, Youth and People with Disability, to make a report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, please allow me to seize this opportunity to congratulate and be glad about the commitment of the PAP in terms of gender equality and equal opportunities in this institution. Witness to that is gender balance in the Bureau. We have 2 vice presidents who are men, 2 vice presidents who are women. With the chairs of caucuses, we have 2 women chairs and 3 men chairs. Also, in terms of chairs of parliamentary committees, we would like, Mr. Chairman, to encourage our colleagues, parliamentarians, to be defenders of equal opportunities within our national parliaments. Mr. Chairman, I am standing here on behalf of the Committee on Gender Equality to get your approval on the development of a model law on gender equality. This committee went to 8 missions: Rwanda, #1 in Africa, #4 internationally, Senegal, Tunisia, Republic of Guinea, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Cape Verde, and Kenya. Inspired by all those experiences, the committee believes that the time has come to accelerate gender equality on the continent, to adhere to the 2063 agenda of the African Union. Because of time constraints, I would like to present the essential points of the report that has been presented. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, African women have seen their rights consolidated in the Maputo Protocol adopted in 2003 by member states of the African Union. This instrument has made explicit protection of their rights in fields that were not covered by other treaties. For example, the International Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. And for example, Articles 15A and 19C of the protocol guarantee African women the right to participate in political and social processes on an equal footing with men, the right to control their reproductive health, and the right to sustainable development and food security. Considerable progress has been made in education in recent decades. This has led to an increase in the number of professional positions and the allocation of some responsibilities to women. However, there are still barriers to women achieving better representation in positions of responsibility, which have to do mainly with socio-cultural constraints, such as the patriarchal system practiced in most African societies and the lack of a legal work. While progress has definitely been made through the processes of women's empowerment initiated by the various states, they are, however, slow and far from achieving the goal of gender equality. We must henceforth step up the process of participation in decision-making, which is the key to achieving equal opportunities for both men and women. Women's holding leadership positions should no longer be considered as a privilege, especially in African societies where their roles are generally defined by men. AU member states were challenged by the declaration of the African Women's Decade for the period 2010 to 2020. This declaration set out guidelines for states to assess themselves in relation to the implementation and achievement of the objectives set out in the various protocols and decisions adopted by the African Union. This decade is proof that inequality between men and women persists in societies and that it is time to move from theory to action. Recalling the priority areas of the decade, particular emphasis was placed on gender equality in education at all levels and in political and electoral processes, economic empowerment through increased access to credit and farmland, and access to the labor market and healthcare with a view to reducing the maternal mortality rate and HIV/AIDS prevalence. Persistent gender inequalities still limit the ability to benefit from the potential of women. If we are to change the continent's destiny, gender equality is the solution to reducing such inequalities. It is essential to call upon parliamentarians not only to implement international and regional treaties, but also to create a legal framework conducive to the empowerment of women by enacting appropriate laws. It is obvious that the limited number of women in political organs lessens their capacity to influence decisions that affect them. This situation is not favorable to their participation to economic activities that are conducive to giving them financial power. However, certain member states have begun the road to traveling the road to gender equality. It is a right to congratulate the adoption of laws on equality, but also for the attribution of quotas in decision-making position. If we remember the actions taken by the states below and others, it is we have to emphasize by gender inequality limits the potential of the continent, because millions of African women are excluded from political and economic decisions. Studies have shown that gender equality would increase the gross domestic product of countries, and it would cause economic empowerment. Progress has been made in terms of legal protection and political representation. Women are an important human capital, and therefore investment in the education of the girl child is there to encourage the development of women in all fields. Equality is at stake for democracy and governance. It allows the expansion of a legal space, adopting relevant laws in order to reduce disparities. The women will continue to have their voices heard, to have their rights respected in realizing equality between men and women. Our recommendations, out of what I had just said, the committee recommends to the states make gender equality a priority principle for all, set up institutional mechanisms to monitor gender issues through specific action programs, strengthen the legislative framework with laws that promote gender equality, enhance awareness-raising efforts by raising men's consciousness, build women's capacities to hold political office. The committee recommends to the Pan-African Parliament make gender equality a priority principle, initiate and adopt a draft model law on gender equality for the continent, develop a dashboard indicating countries that have adopted a gender equality law and its level of implementation, indicating countries that have adopted a gender equality law, and to establish a mechanism to track progress on gender issues at the continental level through an annual report submitted by each country to the Pan-African Parliament. In conclusion, while clear progress has been made in terms of women's empowerment, there is still a long way to go, and the fact that women are aware of this process offers a glimmer of hope that with the support of their male counterparts, a middle ground will be found. The model law on gender equality becomes an imperative. It will allow women to bring their contribution and their voices to the building and development, inclusive development in Africa. I submit, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chairperson, you can sit. You can take your seat. May I ask you to give her another round of applause, please? Now I shall allow debate on the presentation. I have the list of speakers. First speaker in my list, Honorable Penny Majiduna of South Africa. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President, this afternoon, and to Honorable members of this august House. Honorable Vice President, I stand to support this report as tabled by the Chair of Gender. This is the report that talks to the ratification of protocols on the rights of persons with disabilities as well as older persons. Human rights are enshrined in all conventions as well as in treaties and protocols. This is a move by the Pan-African Parliament Committee towards a right direction. Family is a nucleus of social unity and social cohesion. Persons with disabilities and elderly are an integral part of that family. There are inroads by national parliaments towards ensuring that the rights of persons with disabilities and the rights of all elderly persons are taken care of. However, we must ensure that those inroads are elevated to be in signing off the protocols and ratification thereof. I fully support the recommendations as they are, that we change the term older persons to senior citizens, because these are people with golden years of wisdom, and they cannot be regarded as older. The case in hand was with His Excellency Honorable Obasanjo. You could see that he is not old, but he's a senior citizen, even on how he does things. PAP to amend, want to call for PAP to amend representation of PAP. In the representation of PAP, or in the founding document of PAP, it says at least one person must be a woman out of 5. We are saying we talk gender parity here, and therefore women cannot be just belittled to one person. It must be 2 women. We have a youthful population in our continent. We must have a young person, a youth represented here. We have persons with disabilities whose slogan says nothing about us without us, and therefore persons with disabilities must also form part of the delegation. We so move in support. Thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable Chairperson, she has to make 2 presentations. May I ask her to finish her presentations and to come for intervention, so that we will avoid a redundancy. Your Excellency, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I present the report on the promotion of the ratification of protocols related to the elderly and persons with disabilities, please allow me to seize the opportunity to congratulate the Committee on Youth persons with disabilities under the leadership of Lucia Passos. This has produced a model law on the rights of persons with disabilities and a protocol on the rights of the elderly. Honorable members of Parliament, progress is to produce a model law. Another more important one is to see them ratified and implemented to protect our most vulnerable members of the population.
So through this report, we would seek the approval of the plenary so as to promote and ensure the ratification and domestication of this protocol. Within the committee, we set up a subcommittee for promotion and ratification whose main objective is to ensure that by the end of December 2022, I beg your pardon, that these 2 protocols be ratified. So let me try and summarize, Mr. President, the salient points of the report which you've already received. One of the objectives of Agenda 2063 of the African Union is to ensure social inclusion, gender equality, non-discrimination, and the representation of the vulnerable groups in the decision-making bodies. Now, in accordance with the mandate to promote and harmonize policies, programs, and legal instruments adopted by the African Union, the Pan-African Parliament, through its Committee on Gender Equality, Family, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, drafted a model law on the protection of the disabled, persons with disability and older persons, so as to ensure its implementation and ratification by member states. It is therefore necessary to point out that to date, the rights of disabled persons are not protected because the protocol has not yet entered into force, which requires 15 ratifications. Therefore, the members of the committee held a debate on an advocacy strategy to promote the ratification of this protocol and to include the model law on persons with disability in national legislation, and this in collaboration with African organizations that fight for the rights of disabled persons. As far as the situation currently of the protocol on persons with disability, the protocol was adopted in 2018 by the heads of state and government of the African Union. To date, only 5 ratifications have been carried out, and we require at least 15 for this legal instrument to enter into force. Now, in order to encourage ratification by member states, a subcommittee was set up and a strategic action plan was drawn up, which is for the MPs to implement. There are 3 points that are focused on a workshop for promoting the protocol, the principle of awareness raising within member states through Note Verbal from the African Union, and advocacy activities of Pan-African Parliament members in their countries of origin, the provisions of the protocol. Now, to ensure that they are included in the national laws to ensure applicability. So the protocol on rights of older persons in Africa has led to numerous issues being discussed within the committee. The expert that presented to us said that since Africa is a young continent, they are nevertheless not to ignore the needs of older persons, and therefore promotion of the rights of older persons is important. Between 2020 and 2050, the number of older persons will have increased in Africa because of the increase in the life span of people on the continent. So the protection of rights of older persons must be emphasized, and they must receive social protection. Currently, the protocol on the rights of older persons, amongst the 19 countries that have signed the protocol, only 8 have ratified. The minimum requirement for ratification in order for it to come into force is 15 countries. Therefore, we need additional advocacy in member states of the African Union to ensure that we can include the provisions of this protocol in the national laws. So the members of the committee are aware of the protocol on the rights of older persons and recognize its importance in that each human being must have their rights protected even as they are older. So the theme, older persons, being called seniors or older persons is somewhat pejorative. And so the members of the committee propose that the Pan-African Parliament must support the ratification of this protocol because there's a growing number of older persons, and workshops amongst members of parliament be organized by the African Union to ensure ownership of the legal instruments and to work towards ratification and domestication in national laws. The committee recommends, in addition, that 1, the plenary adopts the theme seniors in terms of older persons, that the PAP initiates through the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth and People with Disability reflection on a model law on the rights of older persons, that PAP fights for the ratification of the protocol on the rights of older persons and takes up sensitization activities so as to ensure that the rights of older persons are well understood in national parliaments, throughout the region on the continent, so that all in all on the continent their rights are well known. Member states need to be encouraged to ratify the protocol on older persons and to ensure that provisions are domesticated into national law through the model law that PAP will draw up. The Gender, Family, Youth and People with Disability Committee needs to be involved in reviewing the plan of action for social affairs within the African Union, and the Pan-African Parliament needs to facilitate information sessions and workshops through the African Union to ensure that the provisions of this protocol are included in national laws. The committee reaffirms its commitment to ensure that at least 15 member states ratify the protocol on the rights of older persons to ensure that their rights are codified and protected. The incorporation of the protocol on disabled persons should also be guided by the model law drawn up to that effect. Therefore, the committee felt it necessary to set up a subcommittee to implement the advocacy plan to ensure that we accede to the ratification of these two protocols we submit. Mr. President.
Honorable Chairperson, let's give her another round of applause. Loudly. Thank you. You have got two presentations, and we already started the interventions. Honorable Majiduna, if you want to, if something...
No, thank you very much, Vice President. I'm covered.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Now I recognize Honorable Damwe Jose from Mozambique.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Our Deputy Chairperson and I here acknowledge and greet the Chairperson from the Gender Committee, who is my Chairperson. And I would also like to announce that in this committee, up until the present time, I am the only man, and I have the honor and proud that I have, as a chairperson, a lady. And the chairperson, I would like the floor to express my opinion concerning the report which I commend, and also the resolution on the elaboration of a model law on gender parity. And I support unconditionally this report and the resolution, but I also have the conviction that for the gender parity in our countries be a reality, our commitment from our leaders and the change in mentality of some of us men is very important. We need to break away some of our prejudices and advance in parity and gender equality in my country, Mozambique. Thanks to our commitment from our President, His Excellency Jacinto Janus, we are in the right way to gender parity, and even though we don't have the model law. And as an example, I would like to mention our honorable parliamentarians when we take decisions. For example, in the executive, there is already parity within the ministers. We have 50% male and 50% female. In our assembly, National Assembly, the chairperson is a woman in the as an Attorney General, we also have a woman, and in the Constitutional Court, we have a lady. In the Administrative Court, we also have as a chairperson a female, and in the Fiscal Services, we have a woman. In the Ministry of Police, we also have a female minister, which is commanding the men. In the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, we have a woman. We have many positions which are being filled by women. And due to time constraints, I stop here. And Your Excellency, Chairperson, on gender parity, we men, as I have already mentioned, we need to gain courage and also get rid of our prejudice and move forward. Without a doubt that woman is a great partner in the fight for development and well-being in the Africa we want. And for such, they should have the opportunities and occupy decision positions at an equal par with us men. It is true, we do face challenges, and I would also present two of those challenges. We need to bet in our countries, forging education and women training, because we know those that educate and train a woman also educate society. Another challenge is that we need to move on, determined in fighting against premature marriages, which stops the girl to continue her studies. And to conclude, Your Excellencies, I give my full support on the resolution to formulate the model law on gender parity, as it is the time that we take forward this way and head towards it. Thank you.
I ask those who Thank you. The next speaker will be Maimuna, Honorable Maimuna from Gambia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, the Chairperson of the Gender Committee, Madam Mariam, for this wonderful speech. I think she has already elaborated on any point we're supposed to deal with. The gender has been an issue in the world. I think it has been a lip service for quite a long. What we need now is the implementation. But the action should start with us, we the women. We should try to eradicate the low esteem of ourselves. We know we can do it, and when we are ready to do it, we will deliver. And the opportunity has been given by the PAP for us to have our own gender-based now. The Gender Committee, most of the position, high position in the PAP right now, all the 4 positions have been held by women. So definitely we expect that. We don't have to wait for the men to come and help us to deliver. The action has to come from us, and what the Chairperson is leading from the caucuses I have been ever attending, the actions is with her, with the colleagues of the committee members. We want to make sure that every necessary measures need to take to see that this ratification takes place to be happening. I would like also, Madam Mariam, also for you to put some black and white. We have so many women attending these caucuses here, and they definitely need to make their countries to be governed, and to be governed by that particular laws. The ratification needs to be done by their member countries. Each and every member attending this session here, you need to go with your hand delivery, because some of the documents you will ask your minister, they will tell you, yet we didn't have the copy. But by next session, by March, we have to measure ourselves. We have to have the commitment in our hand that when we are coming back here, every member country will come here with your ratification certificate from your government. This will be my humble contribution. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I recognize Honorable Sandra Majote from Mauritius.
Thank you, Mr. the Vice President. I wish to thank the Honorable Dr. Dao Gabala and the members of the respective commissions. And I've submitted the report and resolution on the law model on gender parity and the rights of persons with disability and older persons, or if we wish, senior citizens. Women today are as tenacious and diverse as men. They are mobilizing the global climate movement just like men, pushing for social protections, addressing the COVID-19 crisis, and dismantling systemic racial discrimination. Around the world, women are improving lives and inspiring a better future for all of us. These 2 years, more than any other year, we should have celebrated women. The COVID-19 pandemic has fallen heavily on the shoulders of women. Many have lost sources of livelihood. Most have triple duty, caring for families, managing households, and holding down economic activities. And some have faced the brunt of the pandemic as frontliners and essential service providers. Yet others have stepped up to also solve challenges in their communities and their respective countries. Foremost, it is a matter of equity and human rights, both of which are cornerstones of a democratic society. All women and all men deserve equal opportunities to pursue fulfilling careers and lives and put structures in place to help others, that is, youth, family, and people with handicap situation, live up to their potential and drive meaningful change. I am proud to say that in Mauritius, at the National Assembly, for example, the Chief Whip is a woman, as well as the Deputy Prime Minister, a woman. This being said, Mr. President, to return to these protocols, unfortunately it seems that there is still a misunderstanding on these two protocols. The ignorance that surrounds the two protocols is a significant obstacle. The two protocols are not well known even within civil society and actors and institutions dealing with the elderly and people with disabilities. The two protocols are relatively new in 2016 and older people in 2018 on people with disabilities, and they have not been ratified by several states, which makes them still not very visible. Yes, Mr. Vice President, there are, however, signs that awareness of both protocols is increasing. Efforts have been made to promote it. The states that have signed and ratified the two protocols also to work of the working group for different means and events such as this was during our different sessions. So to face this challenge, it is still necessary to promote the two protocols by raising the awareness of the different parties. Yes, I think that it can be the way forward to make women leaders more visible. In fact, training and capacity building are essential to converting ambition and commitments into measurable and impactful change. Even though women are vaulting to leadership spaces, our communities remain obstinately resistant to women in leadership roles. Although these positions can be challenging, Mr. President, because of gender inequality, cultural context, age responsibilities linked to the position, social constraints, particularly young women, make their voices heard to ensure that the future generation have better lives. No matter how difficult it is, let's make our voice be heard. And no matter how difficult the road gets, you should never give up. All too often women are told they can't, that they are not too good enough or they don't belong. That parity between men and women becomes a bill. This is my hope, Mr. President. It is now a necessity and it is high time to take action. I thank you, Mr. President, and I submit this report.
Thank you, thank you. Now I recognize the Honorable Bertuz from Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-Président.
Mr. Vice President, thank you very much. I would like to commend my colleague from Côte d'Ivoire for the clarity of her presentation. I would also like to thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership and the leadership of the Bureau on the themes that have been presented with gender. We, as men in this room, do support the protocol and request that it be ratified. I have a question, however. What has been done by those in the room? Sometimes we have presentations made during the sessions, and the issues raised are of concern to intellectual women, I would say. Those who would be going to the grassroots levels, how would they address them? It's all good and well to make presentations here or at high levels, but at the lower levels, the grassroots, how can we address that? Because gender equality is required also in the rural areas. And then coming to the disabled, the protocol on the persons with disability. The worst crime against a person is to have them unable to be useful to anyone. And so if you are unable to walk, you've lost your toes, if you do not have the ability to walk, you very often are unable to manage. So if a human being is not useful to anyone, we here as men, those of us who are not disabled, we will need to ensure that our countries invest in infrastructure, in education, in training for persons with disability, all in all. And then also, as regards older persons, we all here have an idea of what an older person is like. We all going to become older. It's a natural process. Therefore, we must work hard to ensure that older persons can also live in the best conditions possible. So thank you very much, Mr. President, for allowing me to contribute.
Thank you, Honorable Mediatrice Maurice from Rwanda. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. Let me begin by thanking the chair of the Gender Committee for the brilliant and concise presentations on gender parity, the model law on gender parity. First of all, we encourage the committee on the efforts being made and commend African countries that are taking steps in that regard. We as members of parliament at PAB must continue to carry out advocacy at our national parliaments to ensure that we can even establish a forum of women parliamentarians so as to promote women's rights in all decision-making bodies at all levels in our countries. For our constitutions, I think in all of our constitutions, we have a clause where it states that every decision-making institution must have a 30% representation of women. In my country, the Forum for Women Parliamentarians have worked to ensure that there's a legal framework and policies and that there's a clear mandate in our national parliament for gender parity so that today we are 68% women in parliament. Our forum has also assisted in establishing or ensuring greater political will at national level, which is required to adopt the 2003 Constitution, which was reviewed in 2015, so that in the electoral process there is no violence against women, and to change laws, inheritance laws, for example, where before it was only men who could inherit, but today, now women or girls have the same inheritance rights as boys and men. And now the land title, women can now hold title to land. They can receive 50% of the assets in a marriage as well. And now women can participate actively in terms of rights. We've We have been working to ensure that there is a family code and gender equality is included in that. Even in the national budget, then gender equality is taken account of. So I'd like to make a recommendation that we set up a forum of women parliamentarians in our national parliaments in the other countries to accelerate the ratification and domestication on the model law on gender parity once it has been finalized. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Swabu Tauri from Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President. I will speak a little about the two. One is the gender parity or gender equality, and the other one will be the policy model law for our countries. Mr. President, I can tell you that it is already proven that women, when given the opportunity, makes progress very easy and faster, and also makes development very easy. Honorable, we can say that this can be done through proactive means. And our parliament has taken some steps to ensure that girls receive free education in the lower to basic education cycles. And that has definitely now proven that women can even do better in some situations than boys. Honorable Mr. President, we have some challenges in addressing some of these issues because of the culture. I think the presenter has already mentioned the patriarchy, and the patriarchal system has definitely caused some of the challenges to us. But we have come up with laws in our parliament to ensure that across public boards, representation must be 30%. And there are still advocation going on to ensure that it becomes more than that. Our major challenge is the electoral laws, because it has something to do with politics, and that makes it difficult for us to have the representation of women in parliament the way we want it. We could not still achieve that. We have some of the women representatives because of the nomination that was introduced during the colonial period, and that is still helping us at least to have some women. But when it comes to election, it is still very difficult for us to have women representation in parliament. But the public boards that has been now guaranteed, we're coming up with some other strategies like gender parity, gender mainstreaming, etc., and that is definitely helping the situation. In terms of policing, the model policing law, we definitely welcome that, because since independence, or since before independence, almost 80 years ago, Gambia's criminal law and criminal procedure law has not been reviewed, and we are in the process of reviewing that. And that has a lot to do with the police in doing their job. What we have discovered is that what we want to do in terms of human rights, to promote human rights, people's human rights, and the laws that we have in place, and the practice we have in place in terms of detention centers, in terms of prisons, everything was tailored on the colonial laws, and therefore it is very difficult for us to address human rights in that situation. And therefore I believe that this model law that will be relating to the policing will definitely be welcomed by us, so that we can look into that as we review the criminal laws and the criminal procedure code. It will definitely help us. And then I want to thank the presenters for the brilliance that has been displayed in presenting their reports. I think it is very apt and it is very appropriate for our times. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now I shall invite Honorable Mariam to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the motion of Honorable Pemi, let me turn it in French again. Par rapport à l'intervention.
Concerning what the Honourable Penny said, I think, Mr. President, I think we should add a recommendation because it is a recommendation she made, and I think that in our resolution we should say that where the Pan-African Parliament is concerned and where the 5 national representations, we should have 2 women, 1 young person and 2 men. I think that it would be a way for us to show that yes, we're going to create a model law, but that at Parliament level we take it very seriously. So I think that it should start with us and it should be part of the recommendations and resolutions. Honourable Pemi has agreed with the term senior. I think she prefers that to aged persons. We spoke a great deal about it, and it's something of course that happens to all of us, you know, becoming an aged person. But the challenge in Africa that we have is to know how to use senior persons. We have a configuration in the population which is different to what happens in Europe. We have persons, for example, who retire, for example, at 50 when they are at the best of their capacities, really. So if we continue to see our seniors as people who retired, for example, already at the age of 50 or 60, we will see that we are in a perpetual wheel of restarting, particularly with youth, since they don't have the experience that older persons have. So I think we should find ways and means that to find a way to make older persons useful. The Honourable from Mozambique, I think we should really applaud him because he's the only man in our committee. So he deserves to be applauded. It's a fight that we cannot do alone, and he's accepted to be with us, and he is side by side with us. I also note that he highlighted the need to have political will, but also that the time has come for us to change our mentality. And I would like to thank him for the sharing of experience that he made and how he talked about Mozambique. And it seems to me that Mozambique is very much on the path of a stable emergence. He's also spoken about various, he certainly took part in our proposed model law. Honourable Maimouna, we absolutely agree with her. I think we should stop talking and act. And it starts with self-esteem, of course. And when we talk about parity, I think it's going to encourage women to express themselves, to show themselves more, and also to have the courage to ask, to have the courage to postulate, to have the courage to say what they think. And I think what we heard also Honourable Maimouna say, that many women members of Parliament need to be supported for the ratification in each country, in many of our countries, of the different protocols and proposed laws. I would like to say to her and to the members of our committee that the 2 protocols and the model law will be popularized as soon as we come, as soon as the plenary gives us the green light. And the committee has decided in its strategy to base itself on the 5 members of Parliament in each country. They're going to be a sort of focal point, and the committee is going to depend on them for the promotion and for the advocating of this model law and of these 2 protocols. Honourable Sandra, I agree with you that it is a question of democracy, and it is a question of equal opportunity to participate in the development of this continent. Thank you very much for sharing the experience of Mauritius. And what I have kept from what you said is a sentence that really touched me. So let's make, it is time to now make our road towards parity. Honorable Bertin, thank you very much, but I also would like to say, Honorable Bertin, that you've got 98 organizations addressed to women, and if women are not there where decisions are taken, the work with all those that are actually working in the background becomes very, very difficult. That's why we talk so much about women in governance. We need women in governance. But this model law is going to protect women. It's going to protect women because it's going to allow them to have equal access to heritage, equal access to economic means. So it's a law for everybody. It's not a law that is just for those who make easily and make it better. So I think we need to give women an opportunity to, let's give an opportunity for women to make contributions so that they can contribute to the advancement of this continent. And finally, I'd like to say that the model law that we would like to create isn't going to solve all problems. Laws very often exist, but often they are not applied. But it's going to be an accelerating agent. So it's going to be, when the law is there, it forces us to accelerate all the progress that is being made. Those who were at the conference of the Women Caucus, it was said that if we continue doing as we do, we would need 134 years for us to arrive at some sort of parity. Can our continent wait 134 years before it emerges? I think it's the time for the continent to emerge, and then we'll have the assurance that we might, in some time, to be the leader of continents. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. You can take your seat. Let's give her a round of applause. Honorable members, we know gender issue is a cross-cutting issue in each and every respective country, but practically, as you can see, we are not at that level where we are expected to be. From this document, we can see how head of states and government are so generous to women. They asked only 15 ratification out of 55. If you take Pan-African Parliament protocol, we should deposit at least 28 countries. That instrument should be deposited as the AU. But for this one, only 15. Even we didn't make that one. I think we should take this assignment, work with our national parliament, with our government at home. Having said this, Your Excellency, we know the report is two, but very interconnected, model law and the protocol. So now I will put for adoption this. It's already moved by Your Excellency. Thank you. We move to next item in the agenda. I will ask the clerk of the Parliament. Sorry? Interpretation. Yes, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I know that much can be done in our countries, but we cover texts and protocols which have been ratified. So what I would like to ask you is that here at the Pan-African Parliament that the legal services could please tell us exactly and could give us the list of all the texts that still need to be ratified so that once we go back to our own countries, we can then we can work with the Department of Foreign Affairs to try and face this issue and use these documents and go towards ratification. Thank you very much.
But we will debate other time. For today, may I ask the Clerk of Parliament to read the third order of the day?
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Vice President, we should now hear and debate the report, I think, of the Women Caucus. I think it's what he said.
Now I shall invite Honorable Victoria Kingston, second Vice Chairperson of the Women Caucus.
The second Vice President, the Honorable House of Protocol Observers. Allow me to thank the second Vice President for according me this space to give a report of the Women Caucus. Before I do so, on behalf of the women in this Honorable House, allow me to thank our President and all other Vice Presidents who, out of their busy schedule, spared their time and joined the Women Conference, and all other male members who join us during our conference. We don't take it for granted, and you deserve a round of applause. Honorable President, I will start with the introduction. For a smooth functioning, the Pan-African Parliament is supported by various organs, among which is the Women Caucus. From its establishment in 2007 to date, the Women Caucus always play an important role within the organic structure of PAP. It worked to promote gender equality and parity. In performing its rights, its function, and the caucus has taken major responsibilities, including monitoring the rights of women and children, and has carried out a number of activities outside Parliament for the inspiration of empowerment of women. The present report traces the development and progress of the activities carried out by the current Women Caucus since July 2022. It structures around the following points. 1, the election of the Bureau. 2, sitting of the August 2022. Mission to Addis Ababa. Women Rights Conference and resolutions. Election of the Bureau. A bureau was set on 2nd July 2022 here in Dr. Patrice Dembe Mosa Plenary Hall to ensure the smooth performance of its functions. It was chaired by Honorable Amina Tidjani Yaya from Chad. In keeping with the principle of rotation, the women parliamentarians unanimously elected a candidate from the Central Africa as chair of the caucus. The bureau comprising of the following members. Chairperson, Amina Tidjani Yaya, Central Africa from Chad. First Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Caroline Kamsime from Eastern Africa, Uganda. Second Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Victoria Kingston from the Southern Africa Caucus and from Malawi. Third Deputy Chairperson, Dr. Randa Mohammed Ahmed from Northern Africa Caucus, and she's from Egypt. Fourth Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Mariam Traoré from the West African Caucus, and she comes from Cote d'Ivoire. I will not read everything, and I hope that you have the report. You can read it at your own time, with the essence of time. Information and advocacy mission to the African Union organs and the United Nations bodies in Addis Ababa from 3rd of October to the 7th of October. The Women Caucus Bureau conducted a fact-finding and advocacy mission to the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa. The mission was initiated, on the one hand, to be familiarized with the programs of African Union on respect and promotion of women's rights, and on the other hand, to secure stakeholders' support to the programs and activities of the Women Caucus. The mission provided an opportunity to meet several people, such as Her Excellency Dr. Monique Sanzabangwa, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, AUC, Ms. Binette Diop, Special Envoy to the Chairperson of the African Union Commission on Women, Peace, Security, and Political Advisor in the Office of Chairperson of the AU Commission. She's also the Acting Director of Women, Gender, Youth Directorate. The following items were discussed. 1, African Union programs on women, peace, security, particularly in the context of UN Resolution 1325. Universal ratification, domestication, and implementation of the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women in Africa. Program on women, youth, finance, and economic inclusion and empowerment initiative 2020 to 2030. Africa Union programs, including the Strategy for Gender Equality and Women Empowerment, GEWE. Support the commitment of African women leaders, AWIRI, to the PAP Women Caucus. African Union strategy to end violence against women and girls in the context of the second conference of heads of states and government. Strengthening collaborative links with office in the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security in Africa. Collaboration with and commitment of Women, Gender, Development and Youth Directorate with the Women's Caucus. Gender issues under the Pan-African Union theme of the year, strengthen resilience in nutrition and food security of the African continent. Strengthening agro-food system, health and social protecting system for the acceleration of human, social and economic capital development. UNFPA's Development Initiative and Policies and Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. Priority areas in intervention and strategic plan of the caucus for the period 2023 to 2026. Participation in the next Women's Rights Conference, 3rd and 4th November 2022. And indeed, from 3rd and 4th November 2022, the Women Caucus participated in the 13th Conference on Women's Rights convened at Pan-African Parliament PAP here in Midrand, South Africa. The theme was Empowerment and Inclusion of Women in Governance. Reaffirming that violence against women and girls constitutes a violation of their human rights, their fundamental freedom and human development, and thus have negative impact on social and economic development as a whole. Emphasizing that violence against women and girls manifests itself in various forms, ranging from physical violence, psychological violence, abuse, intimidation, sexual violence, social rights violence, such as international and domestic trafficking, forced marriages of underage girls, female genital mutilation, political violence, and violence in conflicts. Noting with regret, the causes and consequences of violence against women and girls are based on long-standing unequal power relation between women and men, reinforced by gender-based discrimination, the outdated negative societal norms which restrict women's full enjoyment of their human rights, the realization of their aspiration, their full potential, and their contribution to society. Aware of the gaps between the policy framework on women's rights and actual realities of African women's rights. 1, we call upon government and parliament to give priority in their national strategies to development of national action plans that address awareness raising on violence against women and girls. We call upon parliamentarians to promote awareness-raising campaign and activities to encourage changes in social, cultural, attitude regarding roles of men and women to eliminate attitude that leads to violence against women. In particular, the introduction of gender equality programs in primary and secondary schools and higher education institutions. For the achievement of the African Union Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063, urges PAP and civil society to monitor the implementation of national commitments. We congratulate the member states that have ratified the Maputo Protocol and appeal to member states that have not yet done so to ratify it, including the remaining 12 countries, in view of its universal ratification. Urge parliamentarians to call upon their respective governments to accelerate the process of signing, ratifying, and implementing mechanism of domestication of the Maputo Protocol. Call upon all African women to mobilize wherever they are to disseminate this through the media. We urge member states to submit reports to the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa and to ratify the Maputo Protocol. Commend member states that adopted and implemented gender equality laws that include specific quotas for women, and encourage member states that have not yet adopted such laws to do so without delay. In order to influence decision-making on social, cultural, and traditional issues, call upon women parliamentarians to ensure that their states comply with laws relating to the enhancement of women's rights and equality at all levels of government and in political parties. We urge member states to ratify the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA agreement, and call upon them to put in place programs to empower women to actively participate in free trade and opt for gender-sensitive policies to enhance inclusion. Encourage Pan-African Parliament to adopt a model law on combat gender-based discrimination to punish sexual harassment against women and girls. Call upon parliamentarians to monitor the negotiation, implementation, impact of the AFCFTA with a particular focus on women participation to create an enabling environment for investment in women and youth-led businesses to meet the standard, quality, and scale required to supply major players. Invite national parliament to enhance and promote the active engagement and participation of women and youth in the policy making and implementation of the AFCFTA, and to develop interventions targeting informal cross-border trade with view to protect women's trade and encouraging their formalization. Invite states to relax the criteria for obtaining funding and income-generating activities for women and youth in order to fight poverty through the promotion of economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, finance, and gender-responsive budgeting. Invite states to promote policies to support cooperatives that provide key employment and merge women's organizations, create and support accelerator centers for women initiatives. Encourage government to intensify incentives for the inclusion of women and youth in cooperative activities and in the informal economic in rural areas. Urge government to initiate training programs for women and young entrepreneurs in use of digital tools and allocate resources that encompass technology, new media platform, social network, and improve access to trade finance by developing financial instruments adapted to the business activities of women and youth. Request PAP to acquire for the Women's Caucus artworks symbolizing violence against women as a constant reminder of the inaudible voice of women who suffer domestic violence, physical violence, violence in conflict zones, human trafficking, trafficking of children and women for sexual purposes. Urge Pan-African Parliament through the Women Caucus to develop appropriate mechanism in national parliament within civil society for the implementation of the resolution and recommendation adopted. Finally, the resolution of the PAP Caucus on Women. Considering the prominent place occupied by the Women's Caucus since its creation in 2007 in the organic mechanism of PAP and its mandate to monitor the respect of women's and children's rights, emancipation, and empowerment. Considering the crucial role that women are called upon to play in the realization of African Union Roadmap for Development in Africa and the implementation of Agenda 2063, which aims at integrated prosperity and peace Africa, whose citizens are a dynamic force in the global area. Building on the provision on the Protocol of Africa Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, Maputo Protocol, which states that women's rights are recognized and guaranteed by all international human rights instruments, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and International Covenant on Civil Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Considering the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and this optional protocol, the African Charter on the Rights of Welfare and the Child, and all international conventions and covenants relating to women's rights is inalienable, independent, and indivisible human rights. Recording Africa Union programs on women and security, particularly in the context of UN Resolution 1325. Acknowledging the role and commitment of Africa women leaders, Quirin, within AU bodies, and in particular the Women Caucus of PAP. Considering the Kinshasa Declaration and call for action of the head of states of the African Union on positive masculinity and leadership for elimination of violence against women and girls in Africa, adopted at the Men's Conference on Positive Masculinity held in Kinshasa on 25 December 2021. Noting with this pleasure, action to do with the danger questions under African Union's theme of the year, strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security on the African continent, strengthening agro-food system, health and social protection system for the acceleration of human, social, and economic capital development. And lastly, commending the development initiative and policies of our UN partners, such as UN Women, UNFPA, and UNAIDS. The Women Caucus presents the following resolution. Support the African Union activities to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Maputo Protocol. Organize advocacy activities for the 12 states to obtain universal ratification. Develop a strategy to mobilize and encourage ratification by parliaments of the following 12 member states that have not yet ratified the Maputo Protocol: Botswana, Burundi, Central African Republic, Chad, Egypt, Eritrea, Madagascar, Morocco, Niger, Somalia, Sudan, and South Sudan. Recommendation on women peace security initiatives. 1. Enhance the role of women parliamentarians in relation to the African Union's peace and security programs. Ensure the involvement of PAP women parliamentarians in solidarity visits and fact-finding missions to conflict areas in conjunction with the African Union Special Envoy. Organize special all-women elections observation mission to ensure women's participation in the election process. I repeat this one. Organize a special all-women election observation missions to ensure women's participation in all electoral processes. Ensure that each member state establishes or strengthens the UNSCR 1325 National Steering Committee at the national level. Resolution for PAP. 1. The creation of a newsletter on the caucus and its activities. 2. The development of parliamentary handbook to combat violence against women. 3. The development of a parliamentary strategy for the protection and promotion of women living with disabilities. 4. The involvement of the caucus on women in the drafting process of the Convention on Violence Against Women, which will be enacted later, its ratification campaign at national level and its popularization. The inclusion in the PAP's annual program of activities to support the 16 days activism campaign against gender-based violence, which is starting on 25th November, the International Day of Elimination of Violence Against Women, and the continuing until 10 December, the International Human Rights Day. Involvement in the African Union Commission's Women Youth Finance Economic Inclusion, YWFEI program, and the Women's Empowerment Initiative for 2020 to 2030. Honorable Vice President, I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Women Caucus. We give her another round of applause, please. Honorable members, can you imagine I don't have any list, any speakers list in my hand. Maybe I think PAP is a special organization. Yeah, we have a Committee on Gender and Women Caucus. So still, we are expected to contribute. Honorable members, you have the floor. You can just raise your hand and contribute. Honorable Yaya, you have the floor. I recognize you, Zimbabwe.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Vice President, Honorable Gayo from Ethiopia. My name is Stars Mate from Zimbabwe. I want to respond to the speaker you have just spoken now, while seconding the recommendations, all of them that they put, but I'll speak on few of them for the interest of time. Honorable Chair, while we are all in this parliament willing to one day see this parliament being 50-50 women and men, this can only be said and be written, but can never be practical. Why, Honorable Chair? It is because across the global, the people have tendencies of using money in the political field. And our women and the youth have no money and they are not empowered. Even if now we would have a position that will need a woman and a man to contest right in this chamber, a woman will always lose. Why? Is it because she cannot? Is it because she does not fit? No, it is all because a man will produce brown envelopes, hence a woman has no capacity to do so.
Exactly.
Honorable Vice President, I would like to wish if one day this parliament would resolve that women must be in those positions even without any election from their member states, because if we expect them to come through elections, it is not easy down there. It is not easy down there for a young woman of 29 years, 27, 24, to stand up against a man who wants a position. A man will just put his hand in the pocket and produce quite a lot that will be even distributed to other women to go around castigating that woman who is on the floor, who wants to take up a position. Even at school, if at any case there were requirements to say so many O-levels, so many mathematics or science, etc., it will always be the same. Women are always having frustrations right from education level where they are pregnanted, disturbed from school, cannot make up the required pass rates that will qualify them to come to this parliament or a position in their member state. I want to wish one day that we have a resolution that will say any political party that is contesting in Africa, in our continent, must make sure that out of the 300 seats in their state, they should produce 150 women and 150 men, and that be a must. This is only how we can assist our women right from our campaigns at political party levels. Honestly, there is a serious issue, and many assist us to make the loudest noise here to say we want to empower women. We want, while they know down there, they have many tools that bring us down as women. I don't want to waste much of your time, Chairman. But this is the truth across, and I'm telling you the truth. In your life as the Vice President, you are not going to see what Madam has just reported here, because we have got a lot of challenges on the ground. I thank you.
You know, you will be provoked by those women. They are very active. I thank you, Mr. Chair, for the chance. I have only 3 points. I stated very clearly the other day that we fear women, especially in South Sudan. I invited them to come with 5 women, only 5, and I can contribute in selection. I know who can speak to my president in Juba for advocacy for the ratification. Because for us, if we continue talking here and we don't go in the field for ratification, being Maputo, being Malabo, we will wait for another 10 or even 15 years for the ratification to happen. I agree with organizing a special team on the election observation mission, especially for women. Because we fear them when they are in an election, when they are on those polling stations. This issue of rigging and men coming this way and other way will reduce. I agree also the issue of media and civil society, and this one bring me back to the issue of men, African men fearing women. If you activate, if you be proactive in media and civil society, believe me, in less than 3 or 4 years, everything will change in your favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Majudina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. Honorable Vice President and the House at large, I stand to accept the report, well-crafted and a well-balanced report on the good things that this PAP has started, but also looking forward towards a good program. I wish to correct on the last page on resolutions for PAP, resolution 3, that says, I read, the development of a parliamentary strategy for the protection and promotion of women living with disabilities. I wish to correct that the Convention on the United Nations in 2012, we agreed that there's no one living with a disability. You are a person with disability. You don't live with a disability. You can only live with a disease. So if we can just go with the accepted terminology. Honorable Vice President, the issue of poverty across the continent has a women face because of economic constraints and financial constraints of women, where there are no opportunities that are open for women. It is therefore my submission that as the Women's Caucus will be doing some road shows, reaching out to various countries, they must also check what are the programs that are there to empower women in the true sense of empowerment, financial empowerment. We can speak on our own, we can do everything, but where there is money, men close with whatever they have, they close where we want to get there at the center where money is. And there must be no red tapes. So that is one of the reasons why the Women's Caucus was established, that it must go out and fight for women. Secondly, we must also advocate gender parity with our national parliaments. In each and every office, we must see gender parity. We are not a charity case, but our case is a human rights issue. Women's rights are human rights, and therefore they must be respected at all times. When there are wars, who is at the receiving end? It's women and children. When you men start all the not the nonsense, I'm sorry. When you start all these funny things, but at the receiving end, it's women. When you go to the refugee camps, when you go to everywhere, you'll find women carrying the brunt of things that they've not started. When we talked earlier on about on 4 motions here, every motion was saying women and children and elderly and persons with disabilities are the ones that suffer more than those who have started it. And I want to second and support the committee that let peace observer missions be led by women. You cannot start a war, then you think that you are going to lead peace in ending that war. You must back off and allow us to lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Majuddina. Any other intervention? Yes, please. Honorable. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Honorable.
Honorable Chiana from Malawi. Thank you. In seconding this report, I just have 2 quick interventions. The rise of the Chinese coming into Africa is giving a new rise of children who are born out of our women. I think this is giving a social hub and social hazard in the way we're going to manage our women, either because of poverty or because of different social adhesion. The Indians are protecting their family women, but we are failing to protect our African women. Especially in road infrastructure areas, you find that children who are born out of those sites are very difficult to manage, have different social beings who need to craft ways of addressing those problems. Another thing which is coming up to my mind is we should also increase deliberate policy to waive taxes on all sanitary parts and the parts which are to do with women growth. They negate them in terms of going to schools and in any work environment or any studying environment. If we can have proper tax waivers, it will be very, very important to motivate the girl child. The other issue which I wanted to raise is, I think in doing your report, it would be very, very important to look at the world globally. And you as women, niche out who is your role model in the society. Angela Merkel of Germany has performed so well and led Germany a strong economy in the world. Have you emulated her? Have you gone to Germany to see the successes of Angela Merkel? There was Margaret Thatcher. But if you are looking only inward at Africa, you might have role models who may not provide you the best opportunities in the society. But to you men, let me also give a warning. Remember Salmon and Delilah. Women can also be very dangerous. They can finish us. They are very good at lobbying and serious lobbying. But their lobbying tactics are the sources of our downfall. We must make sure that we mitigate between the factors which must allow women to come in and factors which might also allow women to grow. The world meets a lot of challenges which really needs to be mitigated by men. Some of the jobs women choose not to go to do, you cannot force them. But women are good at forcing them to manage money and to go and buy things. Let us mitigate because we can end up being bankrupt. As a financial manager, I warn you, be very careful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I recognize Honorable Kasingo, the former Vice President of Pan-African Parliament.
Yeah,
you have the
thank
floor.
you. Thank you for the floor, Honorable Vice President. In supporting the report and the recommendation of Women Caucus, I just want to make two general comments because the fellow men MP are with us. I want to comment on the inclusions of women in high political office. Colleague, honorable members, we cannot wait for acts, protocols to be implemented to ensure that women are 50-50 with you men. If I might ask, and I'm sure most of you are leaders of your political parties, and the question is, how many of you has employed the policy or the strategy of zebra style, so that you ensure that the members you are going to send on parliament are men and women, men and women. In Namibia, I have to be proud. I belong to the to the ruling party. In my president, our party has embarked on zebra style, and that's why Namibia is one of those countries which is doing well. So you must start now. We should not just wait for the head of state. We should not wait for the law to be implemented. You should look into your own political parties, and you start there. The other thing I would like to talk is the violence against women. I'm from Namibia, a very good country indeed, very large geographically, small in population, but violence against women are ever increasing daily. Rape, beating, passion killing. And the question I would like to ask is as to whether the so-called passion killing is that a certain young man,
Order, honorable members.
a certain young woman say, I don't want you. And he just come and kill that woman. And before he's caught, he's also killing himself. And the question comes now, what will really deter the men, to do this violence act against women? The constitution of Namibia, like many other constitutions, we don't have death penalty, and this type of action, they also not deter by the death penalty. So I would like also to humble request our parliament in the future to make a research what will really deter human beings we call men not really to act violently against women. Maybe on the other hand, it's also us, women, as a mother of this boy child, to be blamed. And I would like also to propose that whenever we have this discussion here at home, National Parliament, we must always involve young men, middle-aged men, and aged men. I beg to move. Thank you.
Viva Swapo, viva.
Thank you, Honorable. I think we are exhausted. Okay. Okay, Rex.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to take a few minutes of your time to salute our heroes, the people who are our mothers, without whose effort human generation will not be in existence. Mr. President, I think the report speaks volumes, and our women in the continent are trying a lot to see to it that the gap is closed. Mr. President, the problem in the continent is not a war between men and women, but it's about addressing a problem that has been with us since time immemorial. As Africans, we have high regard for women in our societies. And the issue of women empowerment, women and development, gender and development is not new in the continent. But the first group of pioneers who came, I think there was a problem in the communication. We have to acknowledge that. As the saying goes, the message is as important as the messenger. Anytime we are trying to reach to the other side, we must communicate well, because men are our husbands, they are our sons. We live together. So time has come for us to sit at the same table and look at these common problems, because we cannot leave women in isolation. Women need to be supported, they need to be given chance. If you believe that the Negro is inferior, give the Negro a chance, you will see what the Negro can do. Let's give women chance to perform. Mr. President, chance is limited, as alluded by some of the various speakers. You go to our political parties, they still have a culture that suppresses them to participate. So we need, in fact, they themselves need to come up now to take the baton. Sometimes it's difficult, you will ask them to participate. No, men are there, let them take it. No. As Bob Marley once said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery, none but yourselves. You have to stand up and fight for this cause. And the oppressors will never like to end their oppressing attitude or lesson until the oppressed rise up against them. Time for women to rise up in the political parties. Don't become dancers and clappers. Stop it. Tell them that you also want to assume positions. In the continent, how many women do we have as president? How many? And we talk about coup d'etats, we talk about what. Let's give them a chance and see whether that can contribute to the limited coup d'etats or revolutions that we have here and there. So it's something that we need to discuss. And I am very happy that it's brought before us. We widen our thinking. We come together as a family to solve these problems that are existing in our socio-cultural setups. Because we all, some of us have daughters, and we want to see our daughters to become important people in the society. We want to see them to become ministers. So they must have access to education, they must have access to finance so that they can also participate in microfinance venues. So, but sometimes you go to the villages, these women will be used by, in fact, women also use them, particularly women who are educated. They will go to our villages, take photos with these women, this and that. At the end of the day, they see nothing. So it's not only men who are oppressing them, but women are oppressing women. So that's why I said we need to sit down and look at these issues and act as family to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. I would like to thank the Deputy Chairperson of the Women Caucus. I think we have to concur with the other honorable members, as even locally, women are not meant for failure. Failures normally hit us accidentally, but we don't work for failures. I just have 3 points or 3 suggestions, which I think we all should focus on that, to see that this women empowerment, our own security can also be highlighted and be felt. The power must be felt, it must be smelled, it must be felt. So these are the things we need to focus on. I think we need to create a system that will provide a greater access to a credit for women policies that will push forward inheritance and land rights for the women. Because most of these horticultural businesses in the world, women are the dominants in it. But what right do we have to have access to that land? Anytime we want to go to the farms, we have to go look it from the main side for them to allow us to do the farming in their community. If they don't approve it, we are nowhere to be. I think these rights also need to be protected. And also women to be protected, migrants and domestic workers also. These are also fundamental rights being abused by our fellow men. I think we need to consider ourselves. Being a woman doesn't mean that you have to be subjected to any unnecessary abuses. We have to put our house in order. It's going to start from us. We have to stand, not only be on a mic or only be an advocate. The action should come from us. We have to know that. We have to liberate ourselves from this problem. It cannot be only on the black and white or any forums when we start, we have to be advocating for it. The action should come from us. The economic insecurity is a major impediment for the closing of the gender parity gap. That faces most discrimination, both men and women. We need to consider ourselves. The education is a priority for all of us to be where we want to be. Unemployment cannot deter, development cannot be achieved unless and until we focus on our education policies. We have to make sure that the education is a backbone of ours that will make us to fight whatever we want to fight to be where we want to be. These are the persons we need to focus on so much. We cannot allow them to be only in the household, but we have to be forefront of the educational policies also to make sure we deliver. The last what I will target is, it's going to be the targeted of the leadership development. We have to start it from our national parties or our political parties. Political parties should invest in ongoing embedded leadership development programs, which will support the growth of the women's political will or political skills, to encourage consideration of the women's political motivations, and create a political networking that will create the resources that women will need successfully to be a future candidate for the future. I think some of these things, when we put this one into agenda in our local politics, our national parliament will also consider to make sure that women are empowered. It cannot be only empowered by mouth, but the action should follow. I think these are my contributions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable, from Namibia, you have the floor.
Chairperson, thank you. My contribution will be very short. First, to congratulate the Women's Caucus for an extremely thorough report that they have submitted. I just want to also secondly emphasize the need for the women's struggle also to take along the struggle of the boy child, because there is an emergent reality that in wanting to correct one injustice, there is this segment of boy child that is being left behind. And it gives rise, amongst others, to what Honorable Kasingo was saying, that here now you have historically a black man that was emasculated for many years under colonialism. When freedom came, the black man's masculinity in society in terms of the economy and all other spheres have not necessarily been restored. White women were also part of the oppression of black men. And the victim of this emasculation of men were the black women. We have not given any psychological intervention, and we are preaching as politicians to men to change their ways, and it's not helping. And generation after generation, with the rise of women, correctly, there is now a consistent decline of the male child in his moral perspective, in his relation to how he views a woman, and therefore a consistent belief that the state has now shifted fundamentally toward an exclusive protection of the girl child and of women, and that the villain in society is the man and the boy child. These are things that we must analyze and carefully approach whatever programs of empowerment of whichever gender we want to empower, that we follow it carefully. Thirdly, Chairperson, we must also not just take a gender analytical approach to the struggle of women. We must also take a class analytical approach, because part of the problems that women have, economic marginalization, social stratification, are part of the class struggles and class conditionalities that are imposed on women. It's not just men, it's not just culture, it's class that also determines the outcome of where this woman versus that woman will end up in society. Finally, part of the problem also, in some measure, not entirely, is that politicians who are women often are also the oppressors of other women. That's very important. We have the experience that some women in the civil society arrangement, in the political arrangement, are the worst possible oppressors, and that men have to from time to time intervene to create a balance between classes of women, between categories of women, and all of these things must also be addressed. Not a man versus woman agenda. It will not help us. But we support every effort to ensure that our women, our girls, become the best they can be, and that there should be no limitation on what they must achieve in their lives. So women, we are with you. But when there are talks, and I think Honorable Majodina highlighted it, to portray women as continued victims in every area of life, you have a problem. Because that type of talk also emasculates women and places them in a condition psychologically and socially of being a victim. And often, victim mentality is the biggest failure that can be created on the agenda for women. I so move. Can we go home, Chairperson?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now, I will ask Honorable Victoria Kingston to respond.
Honorable, may I respond from this side?
Yeah.
In order to save time, because Honorable from Namibia wants to go home. Thank you, Honorable President and the whole Honorable House. I pick up some few members who have contributed on this topic. Honorable starts from Zimbabwe. Indeed, you've said women, we make it impossible because we don't have money in our pockets, especially women and youth. And this parliament should resolve that women must participate in other positions without elections. Indeed, we must create a conducive environment for women and youth to freely participate in the position without dipping in their pockets. And women, we must love one another. Honorable Tomaik from South Sudan, and let me thank you, Honorable. You were there, you've been asked from the first day of the conference, of the Women Conference, up to the last day. And you agreed on a special team comprising of women on the observer mission. You also agreed on media, that the issue of African, men of Africa fear women. So we should create a good media platform for us women. Honorable Machotina, you've noted, and in the correction, I'm sure our clerk has noted that is not living with his disabilities, but the other way around. This is noted. We must also get center where money, we must also get to the center where the money is and fight for women. And you also agree on the women's observer mission, that women we should be in the forefront in these missions. Honorable Shiana from Malawi, you've mentioned on waiver on taxes, especially on sanitary product. This is noted, and we agree on this one. Honorable Kasingo, the inclusion of women in high office, it must start with us, and indeed it must start here with us. And you propose to include young men in our discussions. This is really true. And the last main presenter, he did not mention his name. You alluded that the problem is the bad communication. And it's time to give the woman a chance. Indeed, we should create a good platform whereby we should understand, men and women should understand each other. Coming to Honorable Maimuna, sorry if I'm pronouncing your names correctly, we should protect women migrants and domestic workers. Indeed, this is true. And the action should start with us. And lastly, from Namibia, we should also consider the plight of a boy child. This is true. And women must love each other because the woman oppressor is another fellow woman. With these few remarks, Honorable Second President, I beg to move that this report must be adopted by the Honorable House. I beg to move. Thank you.
Honorable members, last week, only last week, Women Caucus organized first of its kind women conference in this chamber. They deserve your big hand, honorable members. Congratulations for organizing that. Just they are only elected and joined the bureaus and working very hard. And that conference was blessed by the presence of the Speaker of South Africa. Madam Speaker also was here. Unfortunately, many of us were not part of it. Very unfortunate. Honorable members, in future, we should promise to be part and parcel of all that process which our women are doing in Pan-African Parliament. If we will be exemplary here, we will be more effective at home. Honorable members, now I will put this report for adoption. Thank you. Many of us almost sitting here, but physically, but mentally we are not here. I can see everybody is tired. So with your permission, we will suspend this business for today. Is that okay? Agreeable? Okay. May I ask the Clerk of Parliament to give some housekeeping announcement if they have?
Thank you, Mr. President. No housekeeping announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. This House will stand adjourned up to tomorrow, 9 a.m. Thank you.